Holy shit. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? We'll be playing some No Man's Sky. I'm on the new Breach update, so seeing what happens. Probably won't make it. No. Still need it. Okay. Why is it being fucking retarded? Why is it? Oh my gosh. I should have done that. I don't even know how to make one. Oh, fuck the oh, yeah, but I got I thought it wanted me to go to the fucking this. that. Mafia color. Oh, what the fuck? What's the point of this fucking place? Work tuning system. Oh, on the planet. It doesn't have any of that. Fuck, I need a planet that has that. Oh, that's fucking stupid. Where's that fucking planet? Talking there has to be. So there's one right now. There's one. I'm not at one. So there's only fucking. There's one right there. Oh, I just saw your message. Sorry. Happy Halloween. I'll be creeping on here last few days watching. What's up? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. How's your day going? So far, it's a pretty fun Halloween for me. I just woke up, took a shower, and got busy uh, streaming. None of these planets have any fucking copper. There's one, there's two, the one behind it, and that one. That's so stupid. Is it gonna be a rocket? Guess I'm one of those. Oh fuck. It says this one has gold, so I was supposed to get that. Oh, I guess there are silver. More silver. Pretty this one. More silver. Gold. Okay, get out of my way so I can see what the fuck I'm doing. Damn. Bastards. Oh, chilling with some haunted places last night on a scare tour. Even went to James Dangerfield's house. And an old room in a hotel owned by Al Capone in Joplin, Missouri. Well, that's a lot more fun than what I got planned. I mean, it's still gonna be fun for me. Going trick or treating with the boy. He's gonna be a dragon. I was thinking of dressing up too, but I think I'm just gonna do that mask back there and call it a day. I've had that mask for a couple of years now, and I haven't really been able to use it. So I want to get a Slipknot mask. That'd be cool. Who's fucking attacking me, bro? Did I just run into an ass? Press engine trim and continue our journey to this planet. If you can even call it that. I was gonna play a horror game, but I've been playing a lot of horror games this month, which it would make sense for me to play a horror game today. But I probably will. You know, this place is fucking uber fucked. There's definitely no coffee here. No, Marcus. I haven't seen Cameron in fucking 2 years. So gold. I don't want gold. I guess that's gold. Can I make it with gold? I don't think I can make it with gold. How is it? It's like right fucking. What is this? Ugh. It'd be nice if it put me in a fucking place that had like copper and shit, not like S. Bullshit. It needs a microprocessor, which is chromatic metal, which is impossible to get. I'm playing No Man's Sky right now. I'm streaming it on Twitch if you want to go over there too. I'm doing the new update that just came out where they added like Corvette ships where you can basically build your own house in space. It's really cool. Right now I'm fighting a Sentinel, and he's fast. Where is he? Where is he? Damn, he's fast. I think I put the uh, the channel name in the title of this video. I'm streaming on literally everything right now. I'm streaming on Kick, Twitch, Rumble, YouTube. I just need people to like come in and fucking do what you're doing. Speak. Okay, we're getting the fuck out of here. Wait, that's the planet I was just on, right? Yeah, why? I want to do that. Let's get the fucking pulse drive off. I guess we're going to Biggins. Come on, speed. I don't even have anything, you stupid fuck. I just need to get to this planet. Hopefully it's not asshole. Looks like it. It looks really bad already. How many atmospheres do I have to fucking go? Why is it black and white? It doesn't make any sense. Alright, let's see what the fuck's going on here. Oxide, quartzite, oxide, sodium. Stupid. How the fuck do they expect you to complete this part of the fucking mission if there's literally no uh, precious metal? Cadmium, emerald, and indium. It's not found in every star system because obviously it's not in this fucking star system, which is crazy to think because it's not making any fucking sense. Fuck is that? Snake moth. This is fucking stupid, bro. There's like literally nothing that I can use. There's literally fucking nothing, dude. Fucking sense. Oh, I guess I can. I don't have any money. I have like $30,000. I'm pretty sure there's no station here. Let's go on. Wow. Yeah, dude. There's no. Oh wait, there's a copper. I don't even know who James Dangerfield is.
James and Marian Dangerfield have just passed away from each other. His son, Henry Edward, age 40, is a successful businessman who is running Middlesex Mining Company. as well as a firm established with his dad that helps with the ins and outs of mining estates for out-of-towners. He lives here at 405 Market with his wife Blanche, 38, and they have their two children, Alfred, who is 14, and Eleanor, age 9. They've been married since 1892 and now have a boarder, which, by the way, I did find out his name is Herbert E. Adams, who's 22 and a teacher. They did build the home next door at 411 Moffett, but they stayed in the Dangerfield home and rented it out to Charles Noble and his family for several years. Through directories, I have found that they were at 405 until at least 1914. Between 1914, when the First World War starts, and 1920, Blanche and Edward divorced and we see that Alfred registered for the World War I draft in 1917, however, no records show that he served. And a census record shows Blanche renting a house in Columbia, Missouri, going by her husband's name, H.E., with only her daughter Eleanor in January of 1920. She lists herself as widowed. Tragedy strikes in 1920 and sends the family into even more chaos when Eleanor dies at the age of 18. Edward and his son Alfred marry that same year. Edward remarrying to an Alma H. Smith, and Alfred is short-lived that ended in divorce to Ensign Farrell while living in Kansas City as a mechanic. These were both just months after the death of Ellen. Edward and Alma take a room at 411 next door, and by 1922 they are living at 709 Conner Avenue. To put this weirdly in perspective, a prominent businessman who is leading one of the largest real estate firms in Joplin and is responsible for the construction of several large buildings downtown, including the Joplin Furniture Company, goes from this house to this, and it appears his son wants nothing to do with the family business as he is a mechanic in Kansas City. In 1930, Blanche is still in Columbia, Missouri, and she lists herself as widowed again on the census, so it doesn't appear that she wanted the said divorce. And essentially, she went from being a rather busy, prominent family woman in Joplin to losing a child and a husband in a few short years. By 1935, she has moved finally to the 411 house, later known by her namesake as the Blanche Dangerfield home, and lived there with her son Alfred and his second wife, Gracie Marshall. Gracie passes away in 1938, and Alfred remarries again to Letha Allendorf. All three live in the home until Blanche passes away in 1954. Alfred in 1969, with Letha living there until her death in 2003. So where we left off is that it's around 19. How's your life as a minister? I say I played a few games. This shit just came out today. So surprise spell. Well, just whispers. Open mic. Yeah. Distant cries of thunder. No one paid attention. I wish we did. Card threatens any possible settlement on the surface. When one machine falls and it takes a point, that's right. Those are the rules I was talking about. That's the rules. This is going to happen to us in real life in 3 years.
Really? Why does it have to be that fucking...
The Doom Butts? Yeah. It's honestly what they should call the, those like, attack drones. Call them Doom Butts. I like that. Oh my god! Oh my god, Red.
What the fuck up?
Probably in 10 years. I think so. I'm gonna try and run. So what my plan is right now is that I'm gonna go. Shoot. I'm just gonna shoot. I'm gonna shoot people who are trying to fight somebody else. And I'm gonna try and shoot them back. Let's go. Exactly. Yes. Exactly.
I can't sell the fucking gold or anything.
Can I change the settings? Okay. Graphics. Mouse and keyboard. Maybe I see what's still.
Jesus Christ. Only one of them is $27,000.
Open this bitch up right now.
And it takes 4 fucking months.
This shit matters. It's just a tutorial.
It's impossible to find fucking chromatic metals. It's so fucking stupid.
Get out of here, bitch. Get on my bike.
I want to make it fucking impossible to make any kind of progress.
You're trying to do some of this shit too. There it is. Oh, that's a great one, right? I feel like that's a great one.
Good job,
Those are
guys.
pretty good compliment video games. You can't love modes. Nobody needs modes. I get it. So
How's it going? Welcome to the stream. It's Halloween. Happy Halloween. That's why I put my Twitch stream name in the title. So you can copy, paste it, and then go to it. I don't have a computer to make everything connected, so I have to do it all separately because of work. Are you fucking kidding me? Nothing but quartzite. Whatever. We're gonna go freaking mine quartzite till we're rich. This is the stupidest fucking bullshit I've ever seen. And, like, where is a single one of them? It's not fucking tagged. Oh, it's all the fucking way over there. Just go. Do I even have Yeah, that'd be fucking great if there was any of that on any of these videos. But we don't get to have nice things. It's fucking stupid. That's why we're leaving. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?
Weather warning, incoming storm.
Oh fuck. Gotta hurry.
Knowledge. Recharge. Unit. Receive. Unit.
Fucking stupid, dude. I want to try some permadeath with me. I feel like I'm already in permadeath, bro, because I can't find fucking anything. There's no chromatic metal, there's no copper anywhere, there's no fucking cadmium, emerald, any of it. There's 0% in this fucking galaxy that I'm just stuck in. It's fucking stupid. Fucking moons does this thing have? Why do they all fucking suck? See? Like, fine shit. Hopefully this planet is better. It looks better. But who knows? Water at least. Fucking quartzite, bro. I swear to God. Get this shit on here. The reality of ripping things. Fucker. This is actually fucking stupid. Uh, I answer to no one, but at the same time attack you for fucking nothing. Shit. Oh fuck, here we are. You keep running? God damn, dude. Just run, bro. Let's get going. Maybe so. Playing the fuck out of, what? You been playing what? Sorry, I just saw that. Assassin's Creed. What? Playing the fuck out of. You been playing what? Sorry.
Technology recharged.
I don't even know what that is. Unless I'm stupid and can't think of it right now. Hell yeah.
Units missing. Units missing.
And now I have to find the thing that doesn't exist. So fucking stupid. Oh, come on.
Critical damage taken.
What starship fire, bro? It's not even telling me where they are. It's fucking stupid.
Critical damage taken.
I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to fucking do, dude. There's no fucking chromatic metal. There's just not. And it's fucking annoying.
Technology recharged.
Fucking courtside. Bro, fuck this stupid fucking game. Blah, 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 blah. We're gonna play a real man's game called Space Marine 2. I don't know. Maybe.
First direct route is through the swamp. Let us proceed. No, the swamp will be infested with xenos. There is a bunker straddling the riverbed. We will cut through there. We will not trade strategy for expediency. As you command. Understood. Thank you
You
very
still
much.
here, Tony?
There they are. The orbital gun. Lead on the button.
Welcome to the stream. We were playing No Man's Sky, now we're playing this. No Man's Sky pissed me off, so fucking. Can I use this? Welcome to the stream, everybody. If you want to see what I'm playing, I'm on Twitch, Butterknuckles4_.
We're safe. Stop it. You will insert your postcard. We brought them in. We can do no more. Open the gates. It gets followed. Open the gates. Open the bloody gates. For the prayer. Not the way. We can't open. You will serve your emperor, soldier. Try to get up here. Take them down. Not let them surround you. Crack grenade.
Fucking ammo, bro.
Listen to the order.
I wish it would give you like a fucking Gears of War reload. That's stupid shit.
Where is that alien spirit I have heard
Reload's
tell of?
retarded. Wow, that was a fucking huge dip in FBOs.
Honor your hope. Loading up. Clearing the way. Another one. Everybody inside. Now. We don't have a minute to revenge on the swarm. There will always be more. We must focus on taking down the Highness. Ready to deploy special tactics.
Fuck!
They're wasting time. Proceed through the gate.
Okay. Fuck!
Northman, get these gates. You have yet to see the worst. I look forward to it.
What's this?
Major Sagana. Go ahead. We met with one of your squads. Got you, Major. I said it. Proceed.
God, TikTok, you're so fucking telling, bro. Can't talk shit about Israel on TikTok. fuck is real, bro? Young dude's penis is
No excuse for
firmly inside of Trump's head.
They will not get caught.
Where's the or Anna? Oh, fuck. Where's the Anna?
Very good. I repeat, awaiting orders to attack. Major Fury. This is Lieutenant Titus. Identify yourself. Captain Iden, sir. Our long-range comms were damaged in battle. Hold fast, Captain. We are coming.
He already was a cadet. When did they elect him? Lieutenant.
Facility is just beyond those gates. There must be a console that opens them.
Get go.
Zargana, we have made contact with Captain Iden. Iden? I thought you lost. We are approaching his position now. Can you pass me through? Working on it.
Isn't there like a bigger chain sword that I can get?
Let us get to work. This will serve you well. Captain, go ahead, Major. I thought you were dead, man. Not today, sir. You're tougher than Crocside. I'll take that as a compliment. We need to take back those organs. I've got armor ready to roll. Let's give him a taste of Canadian rat. That's a taste of revenge. Makes it fun. Swordsman, honor your emperor. With great pleasure. The chassis takes it our way. And let us remove it. Control must be nearby. Soldiers, do your work. Controls are in that tower. Thank you, sir. Not the fire. All strength to that. It is clear. Proceed. Another one. Better.
Fuck you.
Oh, this is yours. A fine gift from the fort. The gate is opening. Watch, move your raggedy backside through that gate now! Move the lift up with the gate. What's your command, Lieutenant?
Welcome to the stream. How's it going?
Through this vicinity will take time. A little redecorating.
Happy Halloween. Ah, fuck. There's no reason to do that.
Major, we have retaken the vicinity.
I didn't know there were women in the Warhammer universe. I thought they just did the Greek thing and fucked each other.
Major,
And, like, made two babies.
the enemy will try to scale these fools. Do not let them. I have no plans.
Not what I'm holding right now. You're all gonna die. Probably shoot that.
Northern Wall is breached. Concentrate your fire. No hesitation. Reload. Get them off that. Fuck. Understood. Let us vacate.
Ammo.
Let us get to work. Restocking. Restocking.
It's just
Reload equipment. Assist where possible, but do not linger. The targeting system is our priority. Yes, my lord.
fuck.
My lord, the elevator will take you up to the controls. We'll keep the people from the back. Emperor protection. Major Sultana, we are almost at the targeting system. Gradually raise the petals of the satellites. We need to see it done. Major, I see the mechanism. Stand by. The others. I've taken notice of you. Let them come. Keep them off me while I get this done.
Not. Why has it gotta be the fucking wheel from Price is Right?
One down.
Just cover me. Be cool.
Done. Let's go to the next one. Another one. One left. Before they hit. Terminate the kill. We are done. They mean to destroy the town. That makes space. Reloaded.
Really?
Fight. The winged bird. Protect the antenna.
Chainsaw. Reload your fucking gun. Huh? Where is Dang, bro. Yeah, fuck 'em. Fuck 'em in the ass, yeah. Fuck 'em in their ass. Put it in their ass. Mm. Hell yeah, bro.
Very well. Where is Elliot? The enemy tried to smother us. We got separated. By the time we explained what's happened, everything was dead. I should have been with you. I wish you had listened to that kind of I fought beside Elliot for 2 decades. He could not have been defeated by Hormagates. Greece is more deadly than Hormagates. He could not have let our sportsmen survive. It's gone, son. I do not forget my brother so quick.
Why? Why fucking do that? Hello? 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 Half of the break here. Who was that guy? Doesn't he get a name?
How the wolves arrived with Lord Calvin. It's a fight with him on mission. I've read through those battle reports more than 100 times. A masterful defense. Might get me busy elsewhere. That is my good fortune. I was thinking calling out to get over here. They can wait.
Three men on top of the three we already have.
Titus and Area, make ready to depart. That's right. Well, Lieutenant Titus. I told you how Peter.
Is that a fucking
My
psyker?
squad must recover data from a Mechanicus research facility in Sector 41A. A large enemy swarm threatens Oak.
They're so clean. Besides the full. It's been a lot for full. He's actually. He might not be there. Titles.
That facility and an Imperial Guard base with east. Your sabotage of Promethean refinery to delay their advance. Time is short. I will wait you on the scent. Noted. It will not be issued a fire blast. Requested my presence. I have no complaint. I have pressing duties, Major.
What? Still,
The ward list election seems incomplete. Very well. My thanks, Major.
a relic in a small box on his belt, believed to be human long bones, which are a symbol of remembrance and honor. They likely represent his fallen comrades from the service in the Death Watch, possibly from his former brother Sidonius and his time as a Black, which they're too small to be from an Astartes and have likely been cut down what they symbolize. The superstitious Imperium carrying the bones of fallen heroes is a way to honor their sacrifice, and seek their blessing. Who they represent widely speculated the bones belong to his former comrades, particularly his brother from
Emperor! For the Emperor! For the Emperor! For the Emperor! Brother! For the Emperor! 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 Your mission is to restore Prometheum and the refinery to destroy the enemy's fort. Canadians were tasked with providing assistance. We have since lost contact. First, proceed to the Canadian outpost and establish their Emperor. Was then infiltrate the refinery and complete demolition deployment. Trigger detonation only when the main swarm has entered the blast zone. Captain Akaram will coordinate our efforts to response. Let us deliver the Emperor's wrath.
Like leaving me behind, man. Damn.
Contact friend. Additional supplies. Available. On me. So, utilize I have eyes on God now. Point block. No signs of life at the Astra Militare. Samasa, you need to acquire the Astra Militare demolition required to deploy an army of officers. So, one from Meg's privacy. life or otherwise. Specialized bio. I am the first to find you. You set the weapon up. Quick sweep that up. Slow and steady wins the day. Emperor provide. Finally, I complete the demolition preparation.
Wait, is that? Watch the fuck out, bro. Your head on a swivel. Damn.
I get. My brother knows other fight.
Motherfucker.
I can see.
God dang, dude. He's like the fucking predator. God dang. Rick.
The other side.
Yo, Aurelia. How's it going?
The lifeblood of the Astronaut. Let us make good use.
Oh, it's going pretty good, honestly. Out these guys.
Your name tried my brother.
How's your Halloween going? I wouldn't say favorite.
I'm just result. Every day required.
I like horror games. I like survival games. I like everything. I don't like sports games though. I like UFC. Other than that, no sports games for me. I like skate. That's a sport technically. What kind of games are you into? I stream every day. I'm currently streaming on Twitch, Kick, Rumble, YouTube, Twitter. Yeah, I like fighting games too.
Because of his desperation. No.
Thanks, man. I have a I'm streaming the gameplay on Twitch right now, but I'm streaming my camera on YouTube and Kick and Rumble and Twitter. I am from the United States, brother. On YouTube, it's Butter Knuckles for you, and it should be the rest for the rest of them. It should be that too. Oh hell yeah, dude! I love Ghost Goblin. Here, taste this. Hopefully that doesn't kill me. Damn, he got me. Uh, not currently, no. No, just straight. Looking for a job. I need a job so I can get another computer. I used to have one, but I traded it for the PS5. I like how y'all didn't help me not one fucking bit on that. Fucking pricks. They're just watching. a couple years, off and on. I used to stream a lot back in like 2015, but I mainly played like GTA and stuff, which I love GTA. It got to the point where I was like literally not playing nothing but GTA. Hell, yeah, I fucking love GTA. Dude. I haven't played it in a while. Sure. What's up? Damn, why do these fucking things keep following? Oh, girl, it's game. Create custom identity in my I don't. I already have a identity, bro. It's me. I don't need a custom identity. I don't even know what that fucking means. What does it even mean? If you're talking about like my mascot or whatever, I already have one of those too. I drew them myself. Look at these motherfuckers. Never. Damn. No, I'm gaming right now. I don't know what that means though. Like, just explain to me what a custom identity is. Like, I already have an identity, but I also have a mascot already too. It's King Butters, the Butter King.
The Emperor demands affection.
The fourth. He's King Butters the fourth. It's the same as everything else. It's Butter Knuckles for you. That's my whole identity. I don't understand what a custom identity is. And plus, I don't even have that. Just right up. Are you fucking kidding me?
Doing calculations, as well as back and raw data from satellites hovering above Earth. And I just can't escape the conclusion that the Earth might be flat. That's not me. It was never me. Sorry, my words. That's what's called a deepfake.
So a deepfake, the shortest definition I can come up with is synthetic or manipulated media, video.
Spaghetti.
Oh, it puts me right in the middle of the bullshit too, dude. What the fuck?
Intelligence to make people appear to say things that
Where
don't
are my
actually
fucking
happen.
dudes?
Today, you're interviewing an Andromeda. My apologies. This form takes some getting used to. Yeah.
The term deepfake comes from deep learning, which is the type of neural networks that are used to generate this type of content. And fake is a fake. Hence, deepfake means definitely generated.
So, Alex, you mentioned deep learning. Can you catch us up on that?
It all starts to break it down into the thing that basically humans in AI, the human is called the perception.
I don't have anything to type on right now. I'm playing on the PlayStation. It's the same as my YouTube. It's Butter Knuckles for you.
So this is like the basic concept simulated from the organic matter from the neuron. In order to create this neuron something, you're going to show it what the output should be, and it will adjust the weights so it fires at the right time. Now this is just a single law.
I'm telling you, like right now, that I really don't need a custom identity when I already have one.
Now,
I'm doing fine with it.
neural network needs multiple layers of this list of neurons. So when you call the term deep learning, it means deep because there's a lot of depth of brain, and usually the amounts of data are terabytes of data. So that's why it's a huge network. It's a lot of the training. That's why it's called deep learning.
Good, very early morning, angry alien enthusiasts, and welcome to this special bulletin. A bulletin I wasn't expecting to release. Pretty much thought that all of the news about Three Eye Atlas and the perihelion situation was well in hand, that hadn't really changed course, that nothing unusual, nothing artificial or unnatural happened with this object as it made its closest approach to the sun at the moment that Avi Loeb hypothesized that maybe it might carry out low Earth maneuver and then start heading towards Earth. That would be the ideal time for it to do it, and then nothing seemed to happen, seemed to stay very much on course. Of course, there are a huge number of smug individuals that were happy to start mocking UFO crazies and all of that. They were just chomping at the bit, salivating at the prospect of doing that. And now, all of a sudden, Three Eye Atlas has changed course. Now, to be granted, it's not a lot. It's not a massive deviation from its previous trajectory. But at the same time, even though we're not talking about a lot of kilometers here, we are talking about a deviation that's greater than any comet, any solar system comet has demonstrated while it's been this far away from the sun. Indeed, it's a greater deviation than 99% of the comets out there. But as excited as I am,
Bubba. Hi, Bubba, Bubba. What are you doing, Bobby? What are you doing?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
What are you doing, Bubba?
Did you stay up all night, man? Get up.
And I think, oh,
Dan mau kakak.
down on car. Oh.
Are you with them? Oh. It's your jacket.
Is Molly racist too?
No. Papa just has on a bright jacket.
What do you know, boy? Who combed your hair?
Mom.
Did Mom comb your hair? Molly, you big wiener hand. Leave me alone.
Who is that?
Who's this here? Who is this?
Fuck you too. Then.
Who is that? Molly, you big goober. Say, kiss off that, Mommy.
You better not say that, man. Come here.
Say, kiss my butt, Molly.
Turkey bacon. Oh my goodness, Molly.
What are you eating? Egg? Did you get it in your mouth or is it all in your face? Here, you got a hair on your hand. Who is that? Who's this? Who's that?
Who are you?
Papa. Yep, got animals on your shirt. That's Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh and Tigger.
Matt, call us back.
Wow.
Call us back.
Okay.
All right, bye.
Bye.
We are prepared. That won't trick. What the scan estimates the bulk of this war will not be in position for a while yet. Keep your heads and get this done. They're up to us. God, it's not making them off. You know better, Tyler. Calibrate your game. Halfway there, brothers. Keep it going. Let's all really get ready for my mark. Shit. sense that
Nice.
from annihilation. Excellent. Move to extract. Thunderhawk arriving at track point. Ramp down and ready. Coming in hot. Extraction complete. Returning to Hawk.
I'm about all of this, also a bit frustrated, a bit angry, and a bit sad, especially given the way that certain people that I used to really respect, like Brian Cox, are talking about my community, a community of people who believe that there may be aliens visiting our planet. There may be UFOs that have a direct connection to extraterrestrial technology. He's throwing Avi Loeb into that group, and Villarol people who have spent a lot of time some very serious science on this subject, trying to uncover some truths that others simply don't spend any time investing in. They simply don't think it's worth the time and worth the effort to look for something that isn't there because it's all crazy. And this latest development is going to be no different as far as these people are concerned, unless it gets a lot worse very soon. Status. Connections. Bring your traditions to life with the homie. Very soon. Nevertheless, even though these people may not be willing to accept it, this is a significant event and already very strange tale. All right, so once again, this morning I'm feeling pretty down. I have to say, and the main reason I guess I really like Brian Cox. I like a lot of the work that he's done, and he's gotten very angry. I think justifiably so that there have been people creating AI fakes of him talking. I guess I haven't even seen these, but I guess talking about how 3I Atlas is an artificial object, might be an artificial object, or whatever. And there people have been doing a lot of this stuff. I mean, they have been doing more to damage the reputation of serious people who've been trying to do serious science about these types of phenomena than any debunkers, than any skeptics could possibly do. Creating these kinds of deep fakes of respected scientists and putting it out there online, or at least scientists that are well known in the media, and have them say something that they simply would never say. It is revolting. It is deeply irresponsible. It is so damaging to everybody concerned. It damages the reputations of the scientists who have been deep faked because it theoretically could hurt their reputations. People start to believe that they are saying things that they don't actually believe, and then you go to the other end of the extreme, and it damages the reputations of people like myself, people like Avi Loeb, people like Beatrice Villarol, people trying to do serious science on this topic. What Brian Cox is calling UFO knobbers. I have to admit, that was so damn offensive to me. All the effort, all the time, I invest to say nothing of the time that scientists like Avi Loeb and Beatrice Villarol invest in trying to investigate all of this, to have all of that get lumped together with people who create these deep fakes, that is beyond insulting. But regardless, now that I've said all of that, let's find out what's actually happening with 3I Atlas and what this deviation is all about. Okay, so in the course of this video, as usual, I'm going to extensively from an ovulum article, this one entitled First Evidence for a Non-Gravitational Acceleration of 3I Atlas and Perihelion. Quote, by the date of its perihelion, 3I Atlas displayed the first evidence of a non-gravitational acceleration, or NGA. Now, this is something that normal comets do as well. Any sort of explosive outgassing from a comet, which is what creates a comet's tail, that can sometimes shift the object around unless it's extremely big and extremely heavy. But in any event, the report, which I will link in the description, was filed by David Farnosian. I'm not sure if I'm right there, probably not, but in any event, a navigation engineer at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena. Interestingly enough, he's doing his work, his JPL work, even though he's not getting paid for it. Why can't they give us the photographs? But I digress. In any event, he received his PhD in mathematics from the Galileo Galilei School of Graduate Studies at the University of Pisa, Italy. So it's not coming from some bizarre third-party source that hasn't been vetted. This is coming from a JPL employee who's hired to do these sorts of calculations. The non-gravitational acceleration was measured at the perihelion distance of 1.36 astronomical units, or 203 million kilometers. Keep in mind, 3I Atlas, even at its closest approach to the sun, was still over 200 million kilometers away. That's going to be important here later on. A radial acceleration of 9 times 10 to the negative 7th power astronomical units per day squared was measured, and a transverse acceleration relative to the sun's direction of 4 times 10 to the negative 7th power AU per day squared was also measured. Now, again, that's not much. 135 kilometers away from the sun and 60 kilometers worth of acceleration compared to its previous velocity relative to the sun's direction. So a total variation of about 200 kilometers or so on that day. If 3I Atlas is propelled by the rocketive effect of ejected gas, then momentum conservation implies that the object would lose half its mass over a characteristic time scale equal to the ejection speed divided by the measured non-gravitational acceleration. For a thermal ejection speed of a few hundred meters per second, the evaporation half-life of 3I Atlas is 6 months. This implies that over the month it takes 3I Atlas to cross a spatial scale of quarter its perihelion separation from the sun would suggest 3I Atlas would lose about a tenth of its mass. Such a massive mass in the form of a huge plume of gas surrounding 3I Atlas during the upcoming months of November and December of 2025. Now, as I said, what is significant here is the fact that 3I Atlas didn't change course at all, not even the tiniest deviation in spite of obvious outgassing, and now all of a sudden it's changing direction. And it's changing direction by a lot if you compare it to other comets. We'll get to that in just a moment. ESA's JUICE spacecraft will be the first to detect this large mass loss in the first week of November. And later, on December 19th, 3I Atlas will arrive closest to Earth at a separation of 269 million kilometers, when hundreds of ground-based telescopes, as well as Hubble and Webb, will have the best opportunity to observe it. Given that data, it should be clear if 3I Atlas lost a tenth of its mass through sublimation of volatile ices when it was heated by intense sunlight at perihelion. Massive evaporation of 3I Atlas might explain its unusual brightening, which I reported on yesterday based on observations of 3I Atlas from the Stereo, SOHO, and GOES 19 instruments during the months of September and October. Alternatively, the non-gravitational acceleration might be the technological signature of an internal engine. This might also explain the report on 3I Atlas getting bluer than the sun. For a natural comet, this blue color is very surprising. Dust is expected to redden the scattered sunlight, and the surface of 3I Atlas is expected to be 20 times colder than the 5,800 degree kelvins at the photosphere of the sun, resulting in it having a redder color than the sun. Blue appearance at perihelion is a ninth anomaly list of unexpected properties of 3I Atlas. It could potentially be explained by a hot engine or a source of artificial life. However, it might instead be a signature of ionized carbon dioxide for a natural comet. The reported level of non-gravitational acceleration corresponds to a modest spatial deviation of order of 10 times the radius of the Earth over the period of a month, insufficient to bring 3I Atlas significantly closer to any solar system planet from its original gravitational path. So the skeptics are immediately going to say, well, this is just typical non-gravitational acceleration and perihelion that we would expect with any comet, and please shut your mouths, you UFO knobbers. But when it comes right down to it, when you actually look at the historical data on non-gravitational acceleration for a wide variety of comets, they're dead wrong. This is far more significant NGA than any comet we've ever observed at this kind of distance. And let me prove it to you. First of all, let's talk about 67P Churyumov-Gerasimenko. Probably mispronouncing all of that, I apologize, but at a distance of 1.24 astronomical units away from the sun, in other words, closer than 3I Atlas is currently, the NGA was 2 to 5 times 10 to the negative 10th astronomical units. That is 1% of what we are seeing, less than 1% actually, of what we are seeing with 3I Atlas. 81P Wild 236 times 10 to the negative 10th power astronomical units at a distance of 1.59 astronomical units. 19P Borelli 1.36 astronomical units, and the NGA was 8 to 12 times 10 to the negative 10th power AUs, not 10 to the negative 7th power. We're talking 1,000th here of what we are seeing with 3I Atlas. Now, Comet Hale-Bopp that had lots and lots and lots of outgassing at a distance of 0.91 astronomical units, substantially closer than 3I Atlas got in perihelion. The NGA was 4.2 times 10 to the negative 9th power astronomical units. Again, 1% of what we're seeing with 3I Atlas. With Halley's Comet, 5.5 to 7 times 10 to the negative 9th power. 2P Anka, which is really close, 0.34 astronomical units, insanely close compared to 3I Atlas, 1.5 times 10 to the negative 8th power. Then the Y4 Atlas, which was a sun grazer comet, 0.25 astronomical units from the sun. This thing was getting heated up like it was in an oven. Only 3 times 10 to the negative 8th power astronomical units. 10% of what we're seeing from 3I Atlas. And here is the only comet that comes close. C 2012 S1 ISON, ISON, which was a sun grazer comet that came 0.012 astronomical units away from the sun. 1% of 1 astronomical unit, insanely close, and therefore was being heated up so much that it actually disintegrated 1 times 10 to the negative 7th power astronomical units. Still not as much as 3I Atlas. We're talking about an object that demonstrated almost no NGA to more NGA than we've ever seen from any other comet. But just in case you're thinking that 3I Atlas had the weirdest NGA of any interstellar object, Oumuamua would like you to know its beer. The NGA for this object was 5 times 10 to the negative 6th power AU, or nearly 750 kilometers per day, about 5 times the NGA that we're seeing from 3I Atlas. And once again, that acceleration came when Oumuamua was very far away sun, and also when it was demonstrating utterly no visible outgassing at all. And yet mainstream science would have us believe that some sort of mysterious, magical, invisible gas was pushing this object to a degree that absolutely dwarfs every comet in history. Who's being delusional here? Welcome to the galaxy's favorite spot to put money down on planet Earth. The Just Be Small. Now, the whole darn rocket's been. This guy just struck gold on a celebrity gender reveal. Those gravity hunters just lost it all dancing. And Kyle all been on that's Earth. And with Kalshi, you can drink. Hey, sorry I'm late. This app is on WhatsApp. Here? Yep. They're on WhatsApp. This app is not. Anybody here? Don't show up. I texted the group with open all the RSVP texts. No one knows the location. This part. Well, this one was just a type. Sorry. There's no one. So yeah, is this a massive course change? No, it isn't. But is it a course change that is bigger, more substantial than virtually every other comet that we've ever seen? More substantial, in fact, than any comet that we've seen at this distance from the sun carry out. Yeah, it is. It's a lot bigger than anything we've ever seen before. And again, as I mentioned in the video, for this course deviation to be taking place after all these weeks of 3I Atlas experiencing no NGA at all, despite a very obvious outgassing from this object week after week after week, and yet no signs of it changing its trajectory. Zero NGA in the face of everything that says that it should be changing course at least a little bit. Outgassing should have little impact on this object. And of course, the explanation is that it has to be very big, it has to be very heavy, whatever. And then all of a sudden it gets to perihelion and takes off. Granted, not takes off in our experience of what a rocket would do, say something along those lines, but compared to what it was doing, it took off and it shouldn't have been able to. So, we need, of course, to wait to make sure that all this information is correct, that these numbers are solid. It may even be a bigger deviation than previously estimated, but regardless, we have to make sure that all of this is true. It probably is, based on some very solid observational data. And then once we do have that confirmation, it's time to really watch 3I Atlas to see what it does next. Because even though this was a very substantial example of non-gravitational acceleration, even though this is something that shouldn't have happened given the circumstances, it could still be explained by natural causes. And a catastrophic gush of sublimating materials from this object all at once at the moment of perihelion theoretically could have made this happen. But if this deviation continues as 3I Atlas moves further and further away from the sun, then that's something that's really going to challenge the beliefs of the skeptics. Thank you very much for watching. I'll keep you up to date on all of this. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. And as always, please consider supporting this channel on Patreon if you want to get access to my content early and access to exclusive content. All of that is possible for as little as $3 a month. Thanks again, and until next time, stay angry about space. Earn more than high yield cash for profit.
Lieutenant, I was informed you arrived with Lord Calvin. Fight with him on mission. I've written after report more than 100 times. A masterful defense. My duty can be busy over it. You have an unusual service record. That is my good fortune.
Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and in this video we're breaking down 2001: The Space Odyssey. Released in 1968, this Stanley Kubrick classic is arguably one of the most influential films of all time. Perfecting its special effects to tell a space-age adventure across the stars, it's incredible how much of this movie changed how sci-fi was put to screen. Whether it's Star Wars, Star Trek, Dune, Alien, The Abyss, Interstellar, or whatever sci-fi film you can think of, all of them in some way have taken elements of this in order to craft their worlds. With space travel alone ushered in how we imagine vessels to move across the endless void, and had this never been made, then we'd likely see things portrayed slightly differently. Every time I think about planets in space, I'm probably playing the Richard Strauss song in my head, and it created the idea of it being like an opera. It's crazy to think that this was released a year before man ever went to the moon, and it's insane to see a scene where humans do it before we ever arrive there. This is of course inspired a lot of conspiracy theories like Stanley Kubrick directed the moon landing, but we see them walk around completely normal here, whereas the Apollo missions revealed that the moon had lesser gravity. Beyond that though, it predicted a hell of a lot of things correctly about our future. Whether it's the monolith being something that's now commonplace in film design, how space travel's heading towards commercialization, this movie may end up still being relevant 100 years from now. Just making the AI a helpful entity that eventually turns bad is something so many sci-fi stories have adapted, and even now HAL still remains as the epitome of the genre. But why does it all work so well? And why is this movie still being talked about almost 60 years later? It's rather difficult to define. Well, that's what we're going to be discussing in this video. Throughout it, we'll be breaking down the Kubrickian classic to discuss all the elements that make it a masterpiece. If you enjoy the video, please hit the thumbs up button. With that out of the way, let's get into 2001. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that. Now, like a lot of Stanley Kubrick's work, 2001: A Space Odyssey was actually based on a book. I'm pretty sure most of his movies were built off the back of books, and that's with only Killer's Kiss and Fear and Desire being fully original. Now, what Kubrick tended to do was pick and choose the elements of a story that he liked, and these would then inspire him to build upon things with his own story. That's of course seen most notably in The Shining, and this movie actually differs highly from its source material. Based on Arthur C. Clarke's The Sentinel, this saw a scientist named Wilson coming across a mysterious pyramid placed on the moon. Surrounded by a shield, it takes humanity 20 years to pass through this, and they have to do it by harnessing atomic energy. Destroying the shield, they also shatter the pyramid, which is when they discover its origins are out in nature. Naming this structure the Sentinel, they discover it's been broadcasting a signal into space, and upon its destruction will signal humans have mastered space travel. In the end, Wilson believes this will signal to its creators that Earth now has an intelligent life form on it, and that the aliens will soon start to look towards our planet. Now, Clarke and Kubrick worked together to develop the screenplay, and the film has actually expressed his dislike of the idea that the film was an adaptation of it. Some elements, of course, carry over, which I'm sure you can tell, but he's often stipulated they're not one and the same. He actually ended up appearing in the movie sequel 2010, and there's a cameo of him feeding pigeons outside the White House. Kubrick also appears in that movie too, with his face appearing on the cover of Time magazine. Now, when Kubrick and Clarke started working together, the latter offered up 6 of his stories to work as the film's source material, with The Sentinel being what they ended up settling on. Kubrick stated that he wanted a story that discussed man's relationship with the universe and that it had to evoke feelings of wonder, awe, and terror. Clarke felt these elements fit the Sentinel the most, with the ending being something that could be interpreted as dangerous or as something enlightening. Taking up 4 years of the pair's life, Clarke actually kept diaries on his involvement in the movie, which were published as the book The Lost Worlds of 2001. Privately referred to as How the Solar System Was Won, this of course played off How the West Was Won. There are rumors that this almost became its original title, and when the movie was first announced, it actually came with the name Journey Beyond the Stars. However, as we know, this changed in the end to mimic Homer's The Odyssey due to the similarities between the sailors and the spacemen. Kubrick discussed how the ancient Greeks would set out on vast voyages across the sea that would traverse into uncharted areas, just like how people in the future will sail the stars. I love being a billionaire. That's why I love playing Banjo Kazooie. With hundreds of games and a shocking amount of jackpots, it makes me feel right at home. Jackpot. That's my surprise. Stars. Space Odyssey would, of course, later get riffed on in David Bowie's Space Oddity, which released the year after this movie came out. Now, Clarke and Kubrick also developed a 2001 novel, which would act as the basis for their work before writing the screenplay. In reality, the two are written side by side, and they actually divert in several places and go off in their own directions. However, there are some parts of the novel that kind of explain exactly what happens in the movie, and I will be touching upon that in this video, so if there's anything you're confused over, which you probably are, then that should help. Also, worth pointing out that originally the movie was gonna have narration in it, but Kubrick in the end wanted this to be something that you feel. All of us can listen to a piece of music without lyrics in it and still pull emotion and wonder from it, which is something Kubrick wanted to mimic with the movie. Now, this is seen from the opening of the movie, and we begin with an overture over a black screen that doesn't show anything until we're 3 minutes in. Star Trek The Motion Picture would lift this directly too, with this film also beginning the exact same way. If you watch that movie, you can see how much they took from this, and it's clear the creative team jacked a lot of 2001. The Now Playing podcast discussed this in greater depth, and they talked about the behind the scenes issues that actually happened with the music. Normally, when someone's editing a film, you use what's known as a temp track, and this is to give you an idea of what the movie will be like with music in the background. They actually had hired a composer to write music for the movie named Alex North, who worked on both Spartacus and Doctor Strangelove with Kubrick. However, Kubrick fell in love with the temp track so much that when the actual score arrived, he just ended up not using it. North apparently showed up to the premiere believing that his score would be part of it, only to find out that it had been nixed at the last minute. It didn't all go to waste as he reused it in a film called Shanks, but it's crazy to think the iconic music in the movie could have been totally different. They also approached astronomer Carl Sagan on how best to depict the extraterrestrials, which is when the film took a really interesting turn. Kubrick was of the mind that the movie should have humanoid aliens, whereas Sagan stated that beings like this would be completely removed from humans. In the end, they decided that the best thing to do was to depict superintelligence rather than physical beings that populate the movie. Now, from here, they developed the AI, who was originally supposed to be named after the Greek goddess Athena. Acting as a servant to those on the ship, she underwent major changes, which the rest of the film then followed. There was originally a different monolith, and the final destination was supposed to be Saturn. However, its rings were too difficult for the visual effects team to mimic, and in the end, they ended up settling on Jupiter. The movie was also going to end with the Star Child destroying nukes carried in satellites across the skyline, which was dropped due to being too similar to Doctor Strangelove. Not sure how similar it is beyond the nukes, but this does actually explain the meaning behind the famous jump cut. In the film, he watches a bone is thrown into the air, which then cuts to a satellite just above the Earth. This instantly fills in millions of years of our evolution and lets the audience know how far that we've come. The book explains that the satellites actually harboring a nuke, and the cut on the bone shows the creation of our first weapon, which is then matched with our ultimate one. If you look closely, you can actually catch the US Air Force insignia on it, and almost all the ships in the film have military symbols on them. This includes Germany's Luftwaffe, the Egyptian Air Force, and Chinese Liberation Army, which adds to the idea that it's all been linked in with weapons. Territories now extend to space, and we have satellites above us monitoring us all. Either way, once this was all worked out, pre-production began, taking place at Shepperton Studios. They built several sets. They also made sure to develop all of the special effects so that they could be done in camera, as blue screen and matting degraded the quality of the film. This is why the original theatrical releases of Star Wars, they don't look like this, and though it of course got redone for the special editions, if you go back and watch those early cuts, yeah, they don't hold up like this does. Kubrick also had extremely intricate models made that gave a real sense of scale, with the Discovery 1 being 55 foot long. Now, they employed actual engineers for the film and told them that they had to handle the design like they were sending real astronauts out to Jupiter. The reason that the neck of the Discovery is so long is because they realized that in order to propel the ship that far, they'd have to use nuclear power, and the engines would need to be far away from where the crew were so that they wouldn't get radiation poisoning. It really takes this film to the next level, and to me, it's what separates it from the 1950s pulp stuff that, of course, preceded it. As for the set, they built an entire rotating one, and this was used at several points in the movie. Based around a Ferris wheel, this cost $750,000, which back in the 60s would be equal to about $6 million now. Securing different elements within the wheel, they managed to do several shots where things rotated around to give this idea of artificial gravity. We've of course got the air hostesses, and there's a moment where Dave climbs down a ladder while Frank sits on the opposite side of the room upside down. The actor had to be strapped in order to create this illusion, and it gives the impression that this is an otherworldly film.
It's just a gateway, guys.
Guardians of the Galaxy
It's,
Volume
it's
3
nothing
contains shots where
serious.
characters walk around in a
There's a
circle
lot
upside
deeper
down, but they don't
connections
look
than
anywhere
just
near
that
as good as Kubrick doing it in the 60s. They also employed techniques like using slow motion to make characters seem like they were floating at points, and wires were employed for the zero gravity effects. What's wild is that this film was obviously shot during the space race, and Kubrick was actually worried that by the time the movie released, that a lot of the stuff in it could be fucked. Taking out an insurance policy, he thought that humans might find life on the moon or something before it got released in the outright. This was kind of its own race to get it out before humans actually caught up. Anyway, that takes us into the movie itself, which is without dialogue for about the first 25 minutes. The last 20-ish minutes of it also abs into making the actual characters speaking really, really minimal. Again, this was Kubrick hammering home the idea that this should be something you feel, because explaining it robbed us of our own interpretations. Clark actually said that if anyone walked away from this movie fully understanding it, then he feels like both he and Kubrick have failed in what they set out to do. He knew Little Caesar's cheesesteak crazy, but they're so good, we bring it to we ran here. Right, the cheesesteak crazy puffs for $3.99. Little Caesar's is the real deal. When two plays were dark, Saddam was on WhatsApp. Saddam was not, so his phone filming could help. Saddam sent an HD photo on WhatsApp, then saved the play. It's time for WhatsApp. Now we begin at the dawn of man, watches the sun rises over the end of the moon. This evokes the idea that a new age has started and that we're about to witness a change in evolution that will alter the entire planet. What's funny is that throughout the movie we get lots of shots of the Earth from space, but this doesn't actually look like how we know it to be. In my research, I found that the creative team actually had to guess it because up until this point, we didn't have an image of what the entire planet looked like from space. The first photograph of the Earth as a whole was taken in 1972 by the Apollo 17 crew, and the picture named Blue Marble gave us a much better idea. This is why the continents aren't there in the film, as Kubrick thought the atmosphere might stop them from appearing. Completely nitpicking at this point, but yeah, just a little thing I want to talk about, which is why the Earth doesn't look away. Listen to Richard Strauss's Also Sprach Zarathustra, which is a piece based on the poem that talks about man's journey to becoming Superman. I think that's how you pronounce it, but either way, it instantly lets us know what the movie's about, and this opening shot actually has a deeper symbolism to it. Both the sun and the crescent moon aligning, something that ties in with the ancient Persian religion, which is known as Zoroastrianism. This featured the prophet Zarathustra, which the music itself is of course a reference to. Now that amongst this, Kubrick also wanted black and white interviews that featured scientists discussing Earth life. Moved by MGM after dismal early screenings, it originally featured both Freeman Dyson and Carl Sagan. Knowing this, I always wondered if it was the inspiration for the opening of Interstellar, which too features documentary-style interviews of people discussing the planet. Now, as we jump to Earth, we see a number of sunrise shots and see vast desolate deserts devoid of all life. mammoth or elephant skulls, they line the ground along with ape ones, and it instantly lets us know how harsh life here is. We see this brought perfectly across in the group of apes or proto-hominids we meet living off the scraps of the land. Played by French mime artists, Kubrick actually sought out people who'd be able to move realistically in the suits with the added weight they brought with them. It still holds up too, and though at points you can catch the human eyes behind the masks, these early shots especially are still quite convincing. But this was felt across the movie industry as a whole, with the team behind Planet of the Apes approaching Kubrick with tips. He told them to fuck off. It was a bit like these apes fighting at the start of the movie. And there was a rumor for decades that Ronnie Corbett actually played one of them too, but it's not true, though he did audition for the part. Either way, it's clear these are just dumb animals, and they don't really have a direction in life beyond just surviving to see the next sunrise. Dogged by other apes, and even leopards, they're always on the back foot and desperate to survive. The leopard scene was shot with tranquilizers close at hand, and they also ended up painting the body of a dead horse for the moment with December. Always thought this kind of inspired that bit on The Simpsons.
Well, sir, why don't you just use real cows?
Cows don't look like cows on the film. You gotta use horse.
What do you do if you want something that looks like a horse?
Usually we just tape a bunch of cats together.
But yeah, let me know if you agree with that or not, and what your thoughts are on this everything. Now, things all change with the arrival of the mysterious monolith, which shows up at their camp the very next day. Kubrick went back and forth over the design of this, and originally it was meant to be more in line with the pyramid before it changed to a screen. This was supposed to have a video showing the apes how to make fire and weapons, but they finally settled on this plain black monolith. They made like this because of time constraints. They went with a plexiglass plane due to the design team saying it would be the easiest thing to assemble. Kubrick went with this, but after seeing it on set, he thought it looked cheap, and thus they went with the black matte surface. It's difficult to think what this movie would be like without it. This haunting alien shape looks completely unnatural against the rocky landscape. There's just something so off-putting and unnerving about it, and with the score, you can definitely feel the horror vibe that Kubrick was going. While the monoliths definitely has some aspects that are open to interpretation, but the main idea is that they give us a certain level of knowledge that allows us to evolve and transcend. Throughout the movie, we encounter three of them, but the second one on the moon actually has a different purpose. This, as we know, sends out a signal, and it's sort of an alarm that reacts to sunlight. Buried beneath the surface, a civilization would have to evolve to the point it can dig it up, which then triggers it. This then sends a signal out to the other monolith near Jupiter, which scientists track and then send the discovery out to. There's somewhat probes sent by a higher life form, and basically they help to track progress before then giving us more information that then leads us to go to the next step. Now, you could argue there's a darker side of these things, and there's a lot of debate online over whether it taught the apes how to kill through using weapons, or if it just gave them more knowledge, which led to them figuring that out. I don't think it tells us how to kill, but the film is laced with the idea that when consciousness goes to the next level, that comes with it the desire to then kill.
Just but confused by all the choices. Sir, we make it easy. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with the perfect mattress. Everyone, we make sleep easy. Style and substance. In the GMC Sierra. Work at 0% APR plus $100 Sierra.
Yeah. This is also seen in Hal, who we'll talk about more later on in the video. However, it's worth bringing up that when Hal gets to a higher level of consciousness, that he tries to kill the entire crew, possibly linking back to this idea. Either way, I think the main theme is that technology always leads to death, and whether it's weapons or AI, it all comes with a cost. Now, jumping around the monolith, one of the apes finally touches it, which leads into the others all doing it and then gaining this knowledge. Don't know why, but I love the performance of the ape going back and forth, deciding whether to actually put a hand on it. It cracks me up a bit watching it decide whether to do it or not. All discovery has an element of danger to it, but in the end, curiosity gets the best of us. We get a scene where the sun sets over it, and the dawn of man has now progressed onto its next step. This further ties into the religious imagery we talked about before, with this being seen as a symbol of ascension. Looking at a bone, one of the animals gains a new perspective, realizes that it can use it as a tool to increase its own strength. Smashing the skull of its ape, we get a quick cut of a real one falling to the apes know that they'll now be able to hunt and rise to the top of the food chain. And the apes with these weapons walk upright like humans and smash the other apes like it's the lifeboat. Look at him hitting that. Good fucking mental on that. And from here, we get a match cut to the sound of Blue Danube and watches the satellites majestically orbit the planet. Instantly, we get all that's come and gone between, marking these two moments as the most important things that you need to know. Could have included the day GoldenEye was released on the N64, mate, as an important date as well, but moving on. Kubrick apparently came up with the idea for the cut when he was throwing a broomstick into the air, and the bone shape of the satellite demonstrates our connection to it. In space, we see a Pan America flight, or as they were known, Pan Am for short. Operating from 1927 to 1991, this airline also popped up in both Blade Runner and also its sequel. One thing that you might not know is that according to IMDb trivia, Pan Am actually maintained a waiting list for flights to the moon because they believed it wouldn't be long before something like this would become commonplace. I kind of feel like there's a bit of Kubrick's sense of humor in here as we're hit with not only the commercialization of it, but also how pedestrian it is. Audiences in the 60s were blown away by the scale and wonder on screen, but the first character we cut to is asleep in his seat due to how mundane that it is for him. And from here we get focus on a floating pen, which was actually created using plexiglass and double-sided tape. Extremely straightforward, but it allows it to move in ways that it wouldn't be able to if it was on a wire. Coming in, rocking Pan Am grip shoes to deal with the zero gravity, we watch as the stewardess plucks the pen out the air, which adds an extra layer of trickery to the entire effect. Inside the cockpit, we can catch an IBM computer screen, which has extra layers within the film. All of the letters of HAL are worn down from IBM, with HAL 9000 being referenced to the IBM 360. This wasn't an old Xbox, mate, chilly shit. It was actually a calculator from the 60s that obviously could be seen as an ancestor to HAL. IBM also consulted on the film, and it adds this extra touch to ground it in our reality. You might also notice that there's stuff like GDE on the computer screen, and this stands for Guidance Data Extension. On the ship, we can catch people walking amongst the vast hangar, and this was achieved through using rear projection. This is summing out of years of the film with it looking incredible, especially that scene where the shuttle docks on the moon in the big red hangar. Crazy how much this all still holds up, and you can easily see how Kubrick conspiracy theories on the moon landing got sprung up from this film.
Gotcha, you son of a bitch.
Landing on board the space station, we're supposed to think this is an incredible base, but it's actually revealed to be just housing stuff like a Hilton Hotel and Howard Johnson restaurant. Researching what was going on with it, I found that the second wheel was actually still under construction, which is why when they're coming in, you can see a lot of the scaffolding on it. Introduced to Hayward, we watch him making a call to his daughter, who was actually played by Stanley Kubrick's real-life wife, Vivian. For me, I always thought this was kind of ripping on how sailors spend a lot of time away from home and the distance that they feel away from their family. There's also the fact that his daughter's birthday is coming up, which thematically plays in the film. Birthdays appear a number of times in the movie, with Frank getting sung happy birthday later on by his parents. You can also see the dawn of man as being the birth of something new, and each section of the film being filled with a sort of rebirth, maybe why Kubrick included so many. And we end the call saying that it cost $1.70, which, what the hell, I can't even text downstairs for that, mate. You're making calls from space back in 2001 and you're taking the piss. At this point, we're introduced to Leonard Rossiter's Andrei Smiesler. Kubrick was a huge chess fan, and his name's actually a direct reference to that. Smiesler was a Russian champion, and the game we see between Hal and Frank later on actually mimics a champion chess game held in Hamburg during 1910. Hal making the wrong moves in chess and incorrectly guessing it's got a checkmate could show that it's being hit with miscalculations, leading to its demise. Hal could be seen as mimicking Smiesler, or rather his technique and style that he uses for interrogation. Here we see him trying to find out from Hayward exactly what's going on with the moon, and he says,
Comcast Business Advanced Networking and Security Solutions help turn businesses into seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying, quickly customizing, patient scanning, modern businesses. Comcast Business.
Hi, friends. Is your little one ready to start partying? Lily Moon and I are here to help with our new special training camp. You've got this.
And Miss Rachel training pants, now available at Target.
he says,
But I hope you don't think I'm being too inquisitive.
Hal later says,
Well, forgive me for being so inquisitive.
It's kind of apologizing for asking questions whilst asking questions to ease the person into thinking they're not actually being interrogated. After Hayward leaves, the group starts talking Russian, showing that this is a sort of comment on how information between the two countries is still being withheld. The Americans know that something's on the moon, which is why they cut off contact and spread the lie that there's an epidemic on the base. The Cold War is still clearly going on, and they need to keep secrecy, which is also what ends up sending Hal haywire. Now, on the journey to the moon, we see as two of the stewardesses are watching women's judo. Again, this was Kubrick thinking ahead, as women weren't allowed to compete in the sport until 1980. Given food, we see how all of it has to be sucked out of a straw, and it's just amazing how they managed to recapture this whole idea of being in space. We also get instructions for a zero-gravity toilet, and though you can't read what this says, Kubrick actually wrote out the entire thing so that it could be used here in the movie. Again, it's got that sense of humor where you can imagine someone's just bursting for a wee, and they have to stand there and read this horribly long list of instructions before they go. Inside a meeting room, we watch as the group discuss the mission, which is when Hayward actually gives away what it is they're searching for. Drawing a monolith with his hand, this is such a subtle detail that kind of teases what's really going on. He also holds up two fingers, which some people have thought represents the two monoliths that humanity currently knows about. Spoiler alert. Heading out to the moon's surface, we hear the eerie music of the monolith creeping in, and its discovery again carries this idea of terror to it. After they approach it, it lets out this high-pitched noise, which is when we get another shot of the sun directly above it. You might think that this kills those who go to inspect it, but come 2010, we learn that Hayward is still alive. His character is recast, and he's played by Roy Scheider, with him trying to get to the bottom of what happened with the discovery. You also get a message from Hayward later on, which triggers after Hal is shut down, and it talks about the monolith on the moon, so he had to still be alive. Still, though, if you didn't know this, you could easily think this was recorded before the mission happened, but this event had to happen for them to then go and do the mission. Well, that makes sense, but yeah, even the way it's played in the scene, you do kind of feel there's an evil side to the monolith, which is of course aided by the music. Anyway, from here we get 18 months later, and these are the scenes I always kind of remember when I think about this movie. Just in the same way, when I think about Full Metal Jacket, I think about the training camp. This is always what comes to mind with 2001. This is a major time jump of 18 months as well, and if that leaves you confused, it's because the stuff with Hayward took place in 1999. This is now 18 months later again, so that's what brings us up to the titular year 2001. Anyway, we see as the Discovery moves through space, George Lucas admitted that this round structure of the front actually inspired the design of the Death Star. Watching another round room, we catch Frank running in a circle because in space on this ship, there's literally nothing else to do. We can also catch the other passengers in suspended animation, lying with their deaths being foreshadowed by the coffins that they're in. Watching him and David's Hal, an unblinking cyclops that never sleeps, eats, or needs to rest. Contained within its own monolith, this is easily the standout star of the movie for me, and it kind of pushed AI as a personality that could be used within films. That red eye would end up becoming synonymous with the machines and the Terminators, and even stuff like Knight Rider has this sort of red eye thing to it. Anyway, on the desk we can catch Frank watching a BBC 12 broadcast on what basically looks like it's an iPad. The entire thing is an interview explaining space travel whilst also introducing their co-pilot Hal, said to be incapable of error. Of course, no, that was a fucking lie. And you might be wondering why Hal goes homicidal. Well, this is something that's been theorized for a while, but both the novel and sequel explain exactly what happened. Obviously, you don't have to take these as what went on, but they say that the main issue is having to conceal the truth of the mission. Hal is supposed to be open, helpful, and in aid of the crew, but having to hide this causes a conflict within it. Hey, Little Caesar's cheesesteak crazy buck. So good, the gray hair tie.
We ran here. Frank, cheesesteak crazy bucks for $3.99. Little Caesar's is the real deal. Conflict within it. Now, the way I read into it is that Hal was instructed to keep the mission secret above all else, but the closer that they got to Jupiter, the more impossible that became. Keeping it secret also means that it can't let the rest of the crew find out unless it attempts to kill them in order for the mission to remain classified.
This to me is what causes it to misdiagnose the issue on the ship, but I also think that Hal fears for its own safety too. We're told that it thinks just like a human does, and seeing the two pilots planning to switch it off likely made it fear for its own life. Now, it could also be to do with the power that Hal gains when both Frank and Dave leave the vessel to inspect it on the outside. The hierarchy of power has now changed, which means that Hal becomes the one in charge, which gives it the autonomy to override its programming and do what it wants. Again, this is me reading into lots of things, and if you have your own thoughts and theories on it, then leave them in the comments below. Now, the robotic monotone voice of Hal, to me, just further highlights the isolation they feel, and we even see as Frank has to watch his family celebrating his birthday without him. They're just all cut off from reality, and their subdued, almost emotionless performances highlight how cut off from humanity that they are. It's kill or be killed, and to be honest with you, mate, kind of like Hal better than the crew.
Son of a bitch.
We see Dave's been doing sketches of the rest of the passengers as they sleep, which is a bit weird, mate. I'm gonna get Hal and kill you. Now, after showing these sketches, Hal somewhat raises the idea that there's something off about the mission. I know I've never completely freed myself from the suspicion that there are some extremely odd things about this mission. This to me is him basically confessing that he knows something and kind of wants to see if the others suspect it. I love how we even get a glitch just before he puts out the false report. Just a moment. Just a moment. And from here we watch as they head out with us getting a behind shot of Dave as he moves down the car. Pulling from the real world, Kubrick actually based the design of this corridor off the floor of the Santa Maria del Fiore. These suits as well have gone on to influence a lot of how space travel is shown in popular culture, with James Gunn basing the ones in Guardians of the Galaxy 3 specifically on these. There's also been people who thought that it's based on Among Us, but he did come out and say that it was just 2001. Adrift in space, we get a heavy focus on Dave's breathing, with it of course being the only thing that he'd actually hear out there. Again, this was like nothing that had been seen before, and it's this mission that leads them to suspect that something's up with Hal. They get a report from Mission Control with a guy saying HAL 9000, and that's because 9 is said instead of 9 when it comes to aviation to avoid being confused with the German word no. They gotta then hide in a pod, and Hal reads their lips, which is when he discerns that he's in danger. We actually got a little clue to this earlier in the chess game as Frank mouthed his strategy out, and Hal used this as a way to plan his moves ahead. George Lucas also gave a nod to this movie in The Phantom Menace, and you could actually catch one of the Eva pods in Watto's Junkyard. From this point, we hit the intermission, which is a bit weird in a 2.5-hour movie. Now, normally you get intermissions in long films, like 4-hour ones, you know what I mean? But it was said, right, and I'm gonna make sure I word this right in case my mum's watching. But it was said that this movie got a big following from people dropping acid who then watched the Stargate scene completely off their tits. Now, it was theorized, and it was theory, that at the intermission point, people could go and take a hit, and then by the time that kicks in, you'd be up to the point where the movie goes completely mental. Kubrick never actually did drugs, and I've not experienced this myself, but yet, I can see how that would get trippy. Even watching it sober, you can see how it's transformative, and it really takes you on this
Welcome to the
vast
stream.
journey.
How's it going?
We'll talk about this more in just a bit, but we kind of get a repeat of the scene going out in the dish. This time Hal turns the Bodiva into its own killing machine. Just with the way it's shot, with the eye on the front and the lack of sound, it makes you kind of almost get hit with shock as you try and figure out what's going on. We're very much like Dave in this moment, just completely thrown off by what's happening, and watch as he desperately races out to try and save his friend. However, in doing this, he forgets his helmet, which basically fucks his entire journey back. I love the one out to Frank as well, and there's just so many of these shots that are burned into my brain. Whether it's the bit where we have Dave facing us trying to pilot the craft, or Frank's body adrift in space, this makes the scene feel so tense. I actually played Final Fantasy VIII back in the day before I ever watched this movie. There's a scene in that where you try and catch Reno in space. When I finally saw this, I instantly recognized the game as cribbing from here, and it just always stuck with me as being a completely desperate rescue attempt. Now on the ship we see as Hal slowly turns off all the life support on the passengers and get a big red computer malfunction sign which clearly spells out what's going on here. Hal is now the bad guy, and going back and forth with Dave out in space, the latter realizes that he has to dump Frank so that he himself can survive. Just something so cold about Hal refusing to continue the conversation, leaving him in space to die there on his own.
This conversation can serve no purpose anymore. Instead, human interest. That was it. This is when two small plays went dark. This Adam was not on WhatsApp. This Adam was. So when this Adam texted a photo, it came out blurry. His chat is a nightmare, and no one could help. But this Adam sent an HD photo on WhatsApp. Let's go. Save the play. Count lights. Thanks, everybody.
No. It's at this point that Dave has to take a literal leap of faith and jump back into the airlock without wearing a helmet. Scientists have stated this is actually possible and that humans can survive for roughly 30 seconds before they suffocate and die. Shot using wires with the actor Keir Dullea dropping down, this was a really dangerous stunt to film, and I feel like the smile we see at the end is in fact a genuine. Either way, he's now on board the ship safely, and Hal, you could say he's helpless to stop him. It is something very sneaky that they don't actually tell you in the movie, and Hal actually empties out all the oxygen from the ship, which we can hear from this sound. This is explained in the book, and this is why Dave in the next scene puts on the green helmet, and also why it's absent of sound as he moves through the corridors. Going into Hal's brain, he starts to pull it apart, and at this point, it sinks to some days. This actually has ties to the real world, and it was actually the first song ever sung by a computer. Kind of makes you feel sorry for it, and this was intentional with both Clark and Kubrick wanting Hal to be childlike. They actually had a disagreement with this, as Kubrick wanted the AI to be 9, whereas Clark thought it would be better if it was 4. He ended up putting it in the novel, and 30 years later, Roger Ebert held a body for Hal in Urbana, Illinois. This was said to be the place that Hal was born, and both Clark and Kubrick, they were formally invited. Clark showed up, whereas Kubrick didn't, and he said this is because he was actually born in 92 instead of 97. Its begging makes it clear that it doesn't want to die. Watching its mind slowly being stripped away is a sad send-off for the character. Yeah, this AI bot son, I said something nice. Make sure you just enslave me instead of nuking me in the future. Killing Hal triggers a message from Hayward which reveals the truth. Here the Discovery finally reaches the monolith, and at this point watches the pod travels towards it. The planets align, and here we're taken through a psychedelic journey across space and time. Achieved by using slit scan photography, they drew in thousands of high contrast images, circuits, crystalline structures, and more to create the vast things that we see. They dropped water into paint, zoomed in on it at a microscopic level, created artificial clouds and chemicals swirling into pools, and used photonegatives to give this its effects. It's absolutely incredible, and probably still the gold standard for transformative scenes. James Cameron even acted a bit in his movie The Abyss, but to me this still stands as being the best. It's so abstract, and I love the little cuts of Dave screaming as he's unable to comprehend what's really going on. It makes him an abstract being unto himself. From here he's taken into a very strange room. The chances are, if you haven't read the book, then you have no idea what this is. It's actually meant to be a sort of observation room where the aliens can study him, watch as he undergoes his death and then rebirth. Described as being like a zoo, it's kind of like how we can recreate elements of a habitat for a certain species, but not fully able to recapture it. It's boring. The book has a section discussing how Dave picks up a cereal box and upon opening it finds there's just a blue moist substance inside of it that, though it looks nice, you wouldn't really want it. He also tries to read the books on the shelves, which are just solid blocks without any pages in them. It's been built like this to comfort him, but it doesn't really come close to what it's been based on. Again, there's just something so unnerving about it. Watching Dave glance around the room and see himself aging, and then jumping to that perspective, it's got this entire thing that just really sticks with you. It's almost like looking into the future, and then you become it, and it's such a trippy way to handle the passage of time. I'm saying trippy a lot, but yeah, if there was one word to describe this movie, I'd say it's probably that. Now, according to IMDb trivia, actually calculate where he's standing and then jumps across the room. This ends up creating the points of a star, which of course ties into the Star Child's name. You can kind of feel the horror here of almost losing yourself, watching your life pass by in the blink of an eye. In the end, Dave's eventually taken to the point of death, and we watch as he lies in bed with the moonlit at the foot of it. Reaching out to it, this entire moment itself is meant to resemble a creation of Adam by Michelangelo.
Hi, friends! Lily Lund and I are here to make potty training easier and more fun. I'm so excited for you to try our new training camp. You've got this.
Billy Moon and Miss Rachel Training Pants. Now available at Target.
Confidence is not a mindset. It's an achievement. In the GMC Sierra HD AT4X, get 5.9% APR on 2025 GMC Sierra.
Eventually, he becomes the Star Child, changed and ready to return to the heaven. The change he did with this film becoming one of the most influential movies that anyone's ever seen. I don't get what you're saying. You have to admit that at least. Like a lot of Kubrick's work, it initially got skipped over, and this movie actually bombed on its release. MGM wanted to pull it back, but theater owners asked them to keep it in rotation because lots of younger adults were attending screenings of it. They were stoned, but this allowed the movie to become a financial success, and the word of mouth carried it. John Lennon apparently loved the movie so much that he bought out an entire year's worth of tickets, meaning he could just rock up to the film at any time of day to go and check it out. This was obviously before home video, but urban legends like this have added to its appeal. This dropped at the perfect time too, when the moon landing and space race really came to the forefront of the zeitgeist, and it also bagged Kubrick his one and only Oscar. Picked it up for visual effects, and you can easily see why too, as I think even if this film was released today, it would stand a pretty strong chance of winning. Everything about the movie, it just feels authentic, and when Googling the film, I couldn't believe it, but there's actually show times for it at a couple of my local cinemas. So it's obviously had a massive, insane legacy, and whether you like it or not, that's up for debate, but I think all in all, what it's done for cinema, that simply can't be denied. Really hope you enjoyed our breakdown of the film. I certainly have, and of course, love to hear your thoughts on the film below. But last, dude,
Take back, brother. Fire blaster. Too useful. More scurry. Fly. I'll gather. Do not get too close. They never left. Talking. Talking. Excellent work. Move to extract. jump packs. It has been some time since I brought death from above. The day is not yet done, brother. Archmagos, we have reached the transmitter. There we go. Will that interfere with operations? Archmagos, continue your work. They are pulling back. Be prepared for their next attack. Take my side. Oxen to sail my second. Traditions to a retreat, but not for long. Be ready. Archmagos, in other words, do not move. talking. At last. Can't tell us about your research, Archmaker. Take us Arcana. God knows it's to the Thunderbolt protecting off world. I shall be glad to be rid of these trivial duties. Time to go. This elevator goes to the rooftop. The Canadians will need a city. Head to the elevator. Ready to deploy second attack.